Hi, everybody.
Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
Hi, bro.
Steve, does that mean that you're in control of the screen again tonight?
Yeah.
Oh,
Are you scared?
I am a little scared.
Okay.
hey, Burl, are you going to want to have the reports before or after executive session?
Before. We'll just switch the order.
Okay. And you're going to move 13, poll 13 out?
Yes.
Okay.
Hopefully, I don't have anything printed, so I'm hoping that I'm going to try to mark it on the, what letter is it? Do you know, Matt? It's under letter E, maybe.
Yeah, let me get the last one up here.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, it's under letter E.
Yes, it is.
I just have to remember.
No problem. I'll raise my hand.
Okay.
Wave it frantically. Or I'll just abstain from the entire letter. Either one. That's fine.
I'll pull it. I will remember.
I know you will.
Maybe. I just found a piece of paper. I'm writing myself a note.
That was so non-committal. I'll help you remember. I got your back.
I still feel like I need like 2 more screens. It's so silly.
So just out of curiosity, how many do you have?
I have my phone that I use as my camera, and then I just have my one screen, my laptop. But I have on my laptop, I have like, I close everything else, and the only tabs I have open are the tabs I need for the meeting, but there's like 6 of them open. And then I have this note next to myself.
That's awesome.
No, it's not. I'm getting better, which is maybe not a good thing. I don't want to get too used to this.
How many screens are you using for work, Burl?
I have two screens for work.
Yep. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Oh, I guess it is 6:30. Are we all
Already?
here? I'm looking. I see Brian.
Right there.
I think so.
Is Mike here? Oh, there's Mike,
Yep.
Hi, Brian. Hi, Mike.
Hello.
Daphne, Jennifer. Okay, we're all here. Is everybody ready to get started?
Yeah.
Okay, nobody's saying
Ready.
no, so. Okay. Hold on, give me 1 second. I said that and then I wasn't ready. Okay, it is 6:30 p.m. and we're going to call to order the regular board meeting. Mr. Verlingo, can you go ahead and call the roll, please?
Mr. Campbell,
Here.
Ms. Chrysler,
Here.
Mr. Hairston,
Here.
Ms. Mooring,
Here.
Ms. Pico Antonio.
Here. And if you will all please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, is there a motion to approve minutes from the May 7th special board meeting, the May 19th Finance and Facility Committee meeting, the May 21st regular board meeting, and the May 26th special board meeting?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
A second.
Is that Ms. Mooring?
Yes.
Okay. Any discussion, any changes at all to anything? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Pico Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring.
Yes.
We're on the school and community reports and presentations, so I will turn it over to Ms. Mooring first to give us an update from Finance Committee.
Okay, so on Tuesday, June 16th, we had a Finance Facility Committee meeting, and on the agenda were 5 items. As usual, we began with reviewing the May financials that are will be on the agenda to vote for, to approve later in this meeting. The good news is they're right in line with what was anticipated, so that's good, even a little better than anticipated. Secondly, was an item for EVAS/ePass, and that is a software package that allows you to, an electronic vendor audit system that Treasurer Verlingo wanted to get us familiar with, that he is researching. So that will be interesting to learn more about. Third was the ESC contract. And again, that is something that we will be voting on. It's approximately $3 million per year. Half of that amount is paid directly through state foundation payments, and then the other half, with a true up, is paid by our district when we receive the invoice. We had coming up on the end of the fiscal year, so we established the 26th, I think, as our end of year board meeting to deal with appropriations and any final document or voting that needs to happen with regard to closing out the fiscal year.
Ms. Mooring, that's the 29th.
29th. Okay, we did go with that late date. Sorry, thank you. 29th. At 7 a.m., I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then 5th on the agenda was a discussion of the facilities bond issue and levy that we are considering to put on the November ballot. Joining us for that conversation were Paul Rutter and Price Finley from Bricker and Eckler. And we had some good discussion, and that led to some items that were going to be researched after that meeting. And so at some point we will handle that discussion. And that was it.
I have to remember to take myself off mute. It's not the same as pressing the button on the microphone. Thank you, Ms. Mooring. Mr. Campbell, do you have an update from policy and governance?
The only comment I have is setting the date for policy and governance meeting. I believe it would be July the 30th, which is a Thursday. Does that sound correct to you guys?
I think so, except I can't go verify on my calendar or else I'll mess up all my tabs.
Keep your tab.
I think that's correct, but if anybody doesn't, I mean,
we're-
to verify. I think-
If that needs to be changed, we'll obviously let everybody know. But at this point, it looks like Thursday, July the 30th for the next policy meeting, committee meeting.
That's what I show on my calendar per the organizational meeting.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Thanks, Mr. Campbell. Ms. Chrysler, Student Learning and Achievement Committee.
Yes, our next meeting is going to be on Tuesday, and we will be talking about mental health, which I'm excited for that, as I know many of the board members are, because we certainly, responded to a lot of requests, I think, from teachers and from parents about mental health in the schools. And I think that this past school year, we've done a really good job of staffing, increasing our staffing in the mental health areas. And so it's going to be exciting to hear an update on that and how that went. And I think especially during some of the pandemic and some of the stress that people are feeling right now and families are feeling, it's going to be certainly a welcome update to hear about that group. And then we'll also get an update on conscious discipline and that program that rolled out in several of the schools. So that's next Tuesday.
Thank you. I guess I should just note, we did make a slight change in how community members can participate in the committee meetings. We welcome community participation. Community members can participate in those committee meetings by going to our board website. There's a virtual meeting page on the board website, and you can actually join us in the Zoom as long as you sign up ahead of time to get the Zoom link. If you want to actually participate in the conversation with us, or if you just want to watch it, you can still watch it live on YouTube, or not just live, it's there and recorded for whenever you want to watch it. So thank you to our IT director and our communications director for getting that all set up. Let's see, we are on public participation, and there was one submission that came through late today for public participation. And I guess while I'm talking about changes that we made, we did also update the avenues that you have to submit public participation. You can either submit in writing, as we had already set up when we went into the virtual environment, but we have added options. If you want to upload video or audio, you can do that as well. The one comment that came through on the public participation page was from Mr. Gagliardo, and it doesn't really say anything. It says topic comments, it says topic to be addressed viewing, and then topic comments viewing regarding all topics. There's not another comment that came through. So if someone could follow up with Mr. Gagliardo and just make sure that there wasn't anything additional that he meant to submit, and if that was it, I'm not sure if he has a question or just a comment, but that was the only public participation that I received. Does anybody have anything different than that, Mr. Barrett?
Yeah, so we were going to recognize Mrs. Williams and the high school administrative team and the teachers who worked on the ceremonial walks, and then Mr. Lowry, who did the virtual graduation. So I think Mr. Gagliardo, I'm glad he's here. I think Mr. Lowry is on. Mrs. Williams is out of town on vacation. So what I'd like to do and maybe by this point in August, we can do it in person, is to invite the high school team that did the ceremonial walks. We were all there. We were also moved by the process, and parents literally had as much time as they wanted to take pictures and to celebrate their graduate. And it was really just the example of leadership that Jessica Williams and Tim and Chuck Banks and Ron Foltz and the entire administrative team, Matt McGregor, and then all the teachers who volunteered. And thank you to our board members for being there. I think we were all very moved by it. And so I wanted to thank Tim because he's here tonight, and that whole team. And I know Mark Lowry, you've joined us, and what you did with the virtual graduation and then added the ceremonial walks was, I know you spent a lot of time and energy. So we'd like to formally recognize that work, because I think what we did was really, really special. And I will never forget it. And it was just an amazing experience. So thank you so much. I know our parents got a lot of joy out of it. And, you know, having a daughter in college who's a senior, just graduated, she didn't have any experience like that, because, you know, it was more about speeches and not about kids. And so this is just such a great example of leadership, where a principal sits down with a group of students and says, how can we make this meaningful and purposeful for you? And Jessica listened, and the whole team listened. So thanks so much. And we'll formally recognize them in August, and hopefully we can be in Clark Hall to do that.
Okay, so we will be doing a public recognition of everybody who participated. I think, I don't think Mr. Gagliardo or Mr. Lowry are in the Zoom with us, but I think that they're watching on the YouTube Live, because
Right.
Mr. Gagliardo's, he wants to make sure that we know that there were 78 teacher volunteers every day. But that would be wonderful if we are able to recognize all of them. I know how much work went into that.
All of them. It was, I think it was just a special moment for all of us. It was just so cool to see. So definitely want to recognize all of you. Thanks, Tim and Mark, for being here. Thanks, Jessica. You and your team were fabulous. And thanks to all the 78 teachers who volunteered.
Okay, thank you. We're on communication and adoption of the agenda. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, corrections to the agenda at all? Okay, if not, is there a motion to approve the agenda as presented?
Move.
Mr. Hairston, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Campbell, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. We are on the superintendent's report, and I am going to hit my mute button now because I know it'll be a little while.
Okay. So I'm going to share my screen, and I'd like to start my report with a presentation from our, so what we've done this presentation a couple of times, 2 community meetings on June 9th and 11th, and a finance meeting as well. And so what I wanted to do is, tonight we have a resolution of consents on the agenda, and it's to go out for a bond for addressing phase 2 of our master facilities plan. So I'd like to go through this presentation. There are 2 recordings of it already on YouTube. And so I'll just start, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, but I think it's important, if you haven't seen this and maybe you're watching on YouTube, that you know what this this resolution of consent is about tonight. And so it's about the Master Facilities Committee's recommendations for phase 2. So here's our committee: Brian Callahan, Tracy Clay, Kara Coates, Jared Dominic, Chris Griecar, Alicia Holloway, Catherine Hope Cunningham, Marcus Harris, Jan Jelzy, David Prater, high school principal Jessica Williams, Aaron Winter, who works in our business office, and Scott Lofton, our business director, and Jill Elliott, our assistant superintendent. And so the committee has been very engaged. We've been meeting frequently this spring and summer, and it's been, very collaborative. And I thank them for working so hard, their hard work and dedication to come up with these recommendations on phase 2 of our master facilities plan. So phase 1, we're in the middle of now. We're building new Lincoln Elementary. The foundation is going up, and lots of rain this summer, but we're on track, and things are looking good on Helmbright. We also, in phase 1, are renovating K-8 classrooms, media centers, and restrooms, also putting in LED lighting, which will save us on energy costs. And, our goal here was not just to, create classrooms that were warm, safe, and dry. We wanted to make them bright and colorful and really collaborative and engaging. So that's going well. Scott Lofton and his team are still working through that process. And the next part of phase 1 was to engage our community around a workable solution to address our high school needs. And to do this, we did an enrollment study with a company called Cooperative Strategies to look at the growth of our district, the student population growth over the next couple of decades. So this enrollment study goes all the way to 2068. And so the presentation is framed by these 4 questions. So what are our facility needs across the district? What are the recommendations of the Master Facilities Planning Committee? What is the cost of the committee's recommendation, and what are the next steps? And so the first question, what are our facility needs? And so our facility needs really need to be framed by our student population growth. And so we really hit the pinnacle of our growth. It starts to really go up and overwhelm us in the year 2038, 39. So about 9 years out from now. And so right now at the K-5 level, we're at a student population of 3596. Our peak enrollment in that level, according to the forecast, is 4271. And so that's a delta of 675 students. At the 6-8 level, we're at 1796. And in 2038-39, we'll grow by 340 students and get to 2136 in all 3 of our middle schools. And at the high school, we're at 2260. In that same year, 2038-39, we'll be at 2847. And that'll be the pinnacle of our growth at the high school, according to the forecast. So that's a net growth of 587 students. So when you add up all that enrollment increase over that 9-year period, it's 1,602 students total. And we go from 7,652 students to 9,254 students. And so if you look at our building capacity here, this is why we need phase 2 and we need to build in capacity. So already the growth that I just mentioned is here at our elementary and middle school level. So this year, our elementary schools were at 116% capacity. Next year, it'll be 118. It'll take a little bit of a drop off, but we will consistently be above 100%. At the 6-8 level, this would have been probably in the 120% capacity or so. But what we did was we redistricted our middle schools, and we had Middle School East that had about 450 students. Now it has around 550. And so we were able to kind of take some of the pressure off the growth that was happening at Middle School West and South, but that's only going to sustain us for a few years. And we're going to get in 2025, 26, we're going to be at 120% of capacity. What's curious about this chart is that we have classroom space at the high school that will last us the next few years. So it looks like we have enough capacity. And we do when it comes to classrooms. It's just when the bell rings or when student eats lunch or when they move from one class to another, that's when we're really over capacity. And what I'll do is just show this video briefly so you can see the traffic from the 3rd floor of Hamilton to the 1st floor. Oh, sorry. So the logistics of moving from one class to the next is very difficult. And it's remarkable as we watch this, how patient our students are. They do this every day between every class. And oftentimes through no fault of their own, they're late for their next class. And I want to thank Mark Lowry, who I think is watching. He and his students did this video for us to just capture the congestedness in the hallways every day. So in addition to this, we have cafeteria space that gets overwhelmed every day. So our juniors and seniors have an open lunch and they pretty much eat out every day. And even if they wanted to stay, there isn't really enough room for them. So our cafeterias are very crowded. And so when you look at this process of students moving from one class to another, you think of safety. If there was an emergency, it would be very hard in the middle of a class change to get to that emergency. And we've had that happen a few times. And it's just not efficient. Kevin Dangle was in one of our community engagement meetings. Kevin teaches orchestra for us. And he said he often starts his class 4 to 6 minutes late because of the congestion at the high school. So Mark and the kids in the TV class sped this up to about 300%. So this is a very old world kind of model of schooling. And when you think of Clark Hall with wider staircases, more collaborative spaces, much more colorful, that is more of a 21st century learning approach. And somebody once said that the only thing Rip Van Winkle would recognize if he came back to America today would be a school, because he wouldn't know what an airport or a mall was or a movie theater. And so this is, parts of our building, the high school, are 100+ years old. And so it really has seen its day. And I think our community feels strongly that we need to address our high school. And so the other thing we heard quite a bit in coffees we had leading up to the 2018 May election, and also in our community engagement sessions just more recently in January and February, is that walking across the street to go to Clark Hall, which gives us more classroom capacity, a lot of parents don't feel good about that. And the reason is it's very, very crowded on the corner of Hamilton and Havens and Granville Street, but also it can be dangerous. It's very dark in the winter. And so that's one of the things I think that concerns a lot of parents, and they talk about it with us quite a bit. So question 2, what are the recommendations from the Master Facilities Planning Committee? And the recommendations to deal with our capacity problems and our student growth are to add additions to Blacklick and High Point. These two buildings are mirror images of one another. They're basically the exact same building. And we would add 10 additional classrooms to each, new art and music classrooms, extended cafeteria space, and increased office space. And the square footage numbers are below here. So about 23,000 or 22,000 at High Point extra square footage, and then 4,800 to 4,300 of renovation space. So the benefits of this, it'll help us stem the overcrowding at High Point and Blacklick, where a lot of the growth in Jefferson Township, the building that's taking place out there, it's affecting those two schools the most. And we would abolish the need for trailers. We would create flexible learning spaces, increase cafeteria space, and it would provide, most importantly, a space for our future growth. Our middle school recommendations from the committee are to renovate all 3 middle schools, so East, South, and West, 7 classrooms at East, 10 at South, and 7 at Middle School West. That would include new art and music classrooms, extended cafeteria space, additional special education spaces, and increased office space. And the square footage numbers are here at the bottom. So quite a bit of addition work at all three middle schools. The benefits are very similar to the benefits at the elementary level: eliminate the overcrowding, creating flexible learning spaces. We would increase the cafeteria space, and it would provide for future growth. And one of the exciting things about this recommendation is we would be able to kind of enhance security quite a bit and bring it up to more modern standards. And so the last part of this recommendation involves Lincoln High School. We're one of the oldest high schools in our conference, the OCC. I think we're the only suburb that doesn't have a newer high school solution. And here are the things we considered as a committee as we work through this process. So the expense of the project, given construction costs in Central Ohio, that just past year went up about between 9 and 12%. And it used to be construction costs would go up about 3% a year. Right now, they're going up 3% a quarter. And so it's really a function of not so much materials or construction companies charging more, but more a function of lack of labor. And so I know with our new Lincoln Elementary, we only had one electrical contractor bid on that project because everybody's so busy. And the supply and demand issue pushes the price up for square footage. So we considered revisiting a three-phase plan so that the cost to the community wouldn't be so great all at once. And so we'll talk about that a little bit. We considered an extra high school campus, so an additional high school. We considered saving parts of the current high school, and we strongly considered the community input from the meetings we had in January and February. And so as we considered the three-phase plan, we looked at, we could keep the costs down, but one of the problems with this is if we would have forestalled doing all three parts of phase two, which includes an elementary, a middle school, and a high school solution, then the accelerating cost of construction would continue to go up, and it would be even more expensive the longer we wait. And also, we heard many times in the coffees when we had a three-phase plan, this is the actual flyer we used when we went out for coffees in the spring of 18. And we heard loud and clear from parents that pushing the high school solution off into a phase three was not something they were really excited about. I think many parents in our community, especially parents of elementary students, really feel we need to address our high school as quickly as possible. And so one of the things we considered, one reason maybe to consider building a second high school is our size. And when we look at our size, we heard from parents, that, they thought we were the biggest high school in the state. And we're big, but we're only 9th in the state. And when you look at all the high schools below us here, so 15, 18, 25, 27, 30, and 31, Pickerington, Olentangy, Upper Arlington, Westerville, Hilliard, they're all very close to us in size. So the Olentangy Liberty High School is at 2148. And so one of the factors is that we think we can build and one campus and do it without a whole lot of disruption, and we won't be all that much bigger than the schools that we play in our conference in the OCC. And so the other thing we considered was renovating the high school, trying to save parts of it. We knew we were going to need about 400,000 square feet for 2,800 students. And so we really deliberated around what part of the high school can we save. And the video you saw there of Hamilton, we would have had to save part of that. And we probably would have had to widen hallways and do all kinds of renovation things that would have been very disruptive. So what you see in blue, we would have kept and would have been renovated. And what you see in red here would have been eliminated. And so it became, instead of, a majority newer high school, it would have been a majority renovation high school, and 1/3 of it would be new. And when we had our community conversations, we didn't feel like the community would be inspired by a project like this. They wanted us to consider renovation, but this is an overwhelming amount of renovation, and it didn't really inspire the committee, and we didn't think it would inspire our parents and our community. And so the community conversations were excellent. We had 4 meetings. We had a total of around 240 people come to these meetings. It was very interactive. They were able to talk about their ideas. And here are the major themes. What we heard is build 1 new high school on the current site, to design state-of-the-art campus for 21st century learning, to include a performing arts and athletic spaces that are modern and state-of-the-art, including an athletic field house, and incorporate more vocational learning opportunities for students on the new site. Our 3 satellite Eastland Fairfield programs in architecture, teaching professions, and bioscience are very popular. Our parents would like to see more of those. And then integrate all the safety enhancements I talked about earlier. The high school has 36 doors, and they're very old. And so there's much safer ways to design a high school today. And we would take that into account as we built a new high school. And so this is a chart we showed you earlier. So even though the capacity numbers look like it doesn't reach a critical point for a number of years, as we showed in the video, we are over capacity every time the bell rings, every time students eat lunch, every single period, 8 times a day. So the high school recommendations. So the recommendation from the committee is to build a new high school on the current site, space for an additional 600 students, a total of 2,800 students. And here's what it would include: 400,000 square feet, performing arts center, athletic center with a field house, expanded cafeteria space, additional vocational programming, and approximately 130 state-of-the-art classrooms, ample parking, which is a big thing for our high school, and the ability to have school, and it would take probably 24 months to plan and 24 months to build a facility like this. And so we would still be able to have school, and we could keep the disruption with the new project to, there'd be some disruption for sure, but we could keep it to a manageable level, we think. And so we think our high school is a unifying force. It's a place that brings our community together. When we talk about building a field house, that field house would be, a space that could be used by our Pee Wee basketball teams and soccer teams. And so there would be a real vertical connection between all of our schools, all of our athletic programs. And I think, where our high school is located on Hamilton Road, it's basically in the middle of our town, in the middle of the community. And I think that's a unifying, rallying place for everyone. And I think to change that would be a loss. But one of the major factors for, building a school on this site is to maintain our diversity, and our cultural diversity is just second to none. It's something we value. It's a part of our DNA. When you think about programs like our diaspora program, our drama program, our performing arts programs, our athletic programs, they're very, very diverse, and they're very engaging for lots of different kids from different backgrounds. And if we were to split that up, we would lose that almost instantly. And I think it's really important to know that if we would have really entertained building a second high school, maybe somewhere out in Jefferson Township, we would have, to just keep equity and to build equity, we would have had to renovate the current high school, which would be a price tag that would be astronomical. And we would never really be able to get to a place where this high school, where I'm sitting near right now, would ever equal anything new. And so equity was a really important factor. And so the cost of this recommendation is the next part of our presentation. And so the elementary level is about 19 million, almost $20 million. The middle school renovations would be $31 million. And the high school project would total just over 198 million. The total cost of the project would be $250 million. So this is one of the reasons we considered a third phase, because this is a big ask of our community. When we look at financing the project and what it would cost, we would need to use two funding mechanisms, a 4.93 bond levy and a 1.5 PI levy. And so the total millage would be 6.43 mils. On a $100,000 house, it would be about $19 a month. The median price, the last time we looked in Gahanna, is $218,000 for the median house. So it would be about $38 a month for this project. I think it is expensive. It's a big ask, but when you look at this project, it will take care of our capacity needs and our learning needs for over the next 50 years. And I think that is just an amazing, opportunity for us to think about and for our voters to think about. What are the next steps? So we're here tonight, and we have a recommendation, a resolution on the board agenda to go out for the bond. There'll be another resolution we'll do on June 29th. And the opportunities for engagement around this project, we're going to host virtual coffees that'll be much like the ones we did in people's living rooms in 2018, where we'll have a host. They'll bring neighbors, friends, family members that live in our community, 10, 15 people, and we'll have a conversation about our phase 2 plan. And we'll try to emulate the neighborhood coffees that we did in 2018. We also are going to need operating revenue in this on the ballot in November. And the operating is going to be 4.26 mils. And that'll be part of what we asked the community to approve. And so the total millage for the project is 10.69 mils. I know that Mike Verlingo, our treasurer, is on tonight with us. Mike, would you like to say anything about this?
Oh, yes, Steve, as you said, it is a big ask. Certainly the need has existed in Gahanna for quite some time. The one positive to look at is that the valuations are going to be adjusted by the county auditor for this upcoming year. And with the increases that we're expecting in the valuations to property, which are offset by reductions in millage due to House Bill 920, will have a positive impact on the bond issue ask. So that what we're projecting currently, that 4.93 mils for the bond issue, will be reduced by between 1.5 and 1.67 mils based upon the current projection of increases in values. So that the actual effective millage that would be paid on that issue will be 1.5 to 1.67 less going forward.
But on the ballot, Mike, it would say what the current millage would be in November, because the new valuation numbers won't take effect until January, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
So the law says you must place the millage on the ballot based upon the current valuation, but we do know that they will be increasing.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Mike. So we believe that it's really time to look at phase two. The high school, we've waited a long time, and we also realize that in COVID-19 has hurt our economy. We know that unemployment is up. I read in the dispatch not too long ago, we had 1 million people in Ohio unemployed, and that number probably has gone up since that article was in the dispatch. So we're very mindful that this might be an ask that is very difficult for families, and we want to be empathetic toward that. But as a committee, we had a charge to bring a phase two recommendation to the board and to our community. Really proud of the committee for its work. A number of people on our committee have kids in the district, and quite often, they put down the needs of their own kids. They that wasn't the most important thing to them. It was really coming up with a recommendation that was really good for our community. So it's a really, I think, great recommendation. It covers all aspects of what we need to build capacity. And I thank everybody for listening. Are there any questions from the board, or maybe is there any questions on YouTube that we could try to answer?
There's no additional questions on YouTube.
Okay.
I guess, I think I've asked this a couple times, but I think that it would be helpful to have a slide. I know that this is a presentation about the facilities side of it, but we can't do facilities without operating.
Right.
So from my perspective, it would be helpful, instead of that, whenever this presentation is given again, instead of that slide only including the information about the facilities, I think it would be helpful for it to include the whole thing.
Yes.
With the dollar per household number, once we have all of that firmed up. It's just really confusing, I think, as it is to people, and I don't want it to be any more confusing.
Sure, we can add that in, and we can also add what Mike talked about in terms of the impact of the valuation that'll take place in
that would be great.
Yeah, we would add that too. So thank you for listening. And I just have a few more things I'd like to do in my report.
Before you do that, look, can I make sure that no other board members have questions about this part of your report? Because I know you have more things to talk about, but
yeah.
Do any other board members have questions about the facilities, the levy, the facilities part of Mr. Barrett's report? Okay, I'm going back on mute.
Okay, thank you. So the other, a couple more things we'd like to talk about. So last Friday, we sent out a survey to parents. And so far, I want to thank everyone who was able to kind of fill in the survey. We've had 3,500 respondents so far, which is amazing. It closes tonight at midnight. And we had a number of options on there. And by far, the most overwhelming number one choice is everyone wants to return to school in full force. And we would really like to have that happen as well. In about 8 days, the governor, probably with guidance from ODH, the Ohio Department of Health, will be coming up with recommendations and mandates for schools. And so right now, we don't know if 6 feet of social distancing is going to need to take place in our schools, in our classrooms. We're not really sure how many students we'll be able to put on a bus. But we really can't wait for those mandates and recommendations. And so we're going to use the survey, and also a teacher survey went out and 470 teachers filled that out. And Jill Elliott and her team have organized a task force with over 70 teachers on it. and they're going to look at the options that parents and teachers weighed in on. And I'm going to turn it over to Jill Elliott to talk a little bit about the survey.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Definitely, as Steve said, you know, we want to make sure that we take all things into consideration. This is not an easy decision. We wish that we could be in school and waiting for guidance, but from what we're hearing, it's looking like we're going to have some social distancing guidelines to adhere to, which then impacts class size. So I pulled data from the survey and captured it into a little chart that allows us to see different components of the survey. We did have a few more people answer the survey as I was updating these charts right before the meeting. And so you can see the staff data on top and then the parent survey data below. So with 479 teacher responses, I'll tell you a little bit about what the color coding is. You can see the number of votes, the number of first choice votes each option received. And I have highlighted the top 3 vote getters for each choice. So you can see very clearly the traditional return, as Mr. Barrett said, with staff members, was the highest first choice vote getter, as well as with parents. Over 2,000 people, parents had voted for that choice. And then the all distance learning had the most sixth place votes on both the teacher survey and the parent survey. So if you take a look at, you know, other first choice options, you can see traditional return, distance learning, and then the 3-day, 2-day rotation for staff had the most first choice votes. And then likewise, the same for parents. I was very interested to see that the staff survey and the parent surveys really mimicked each other pretty closely, with the exception of the second choice votes. So you can see on the staff survey that the 3-day, 2-day option, the AB weekly rotation, and the half-day rotation were the top second choice vote getters, but down with the parents, it was the pre-K 5 return and 6-12 distance learning in place of the half-day rotation. And then if you continue just working through, you can see, kind of the consistent purple, orange, and blue chunk. Second, third, and fourth choice stayed the same for the staff survey. And then for third and fourth choice, you see the shift here to 3-day, 2-day, the weekly rotation, and the half-day rotation. So this just outlines how the votes came in. Certainly, as Mr. Barrett said, the survey is open for parents through this evening, and every few minutes it seems like we're getting another response in, and so it'll be interesting to kind of see what another 50 to 100 votes looks like. I do have a second tab here where I've just pulled some screenshots from the other components of the surveys. And you can see here on this side, parents, and this just outlines how comfortable parents are with sending their children back into a physical school setting. So about 60% of our families feel, extremely comfortable or somewhat comfortable. We did have a kind of a neutral option there. You'll see about 9%. But then we have about another 32%-ish that are feeling uncomfortable about it. As far as the staff side of things, about their comfort with returning to the buildings, we didn't include the neutral statement here, but we have 23% that were extremely comfortable, 36% somewhat comfortable, and then you can see, approximately 42% with a level of uncomfort. And then this particular chart, this talks about the masks. We know that, masks are a hot topic involved with this decision. And so just a pulse check on how people were feeling. Parents, as far as, if they felt like it was appropriate for students to wear masks, we had about 37% say, yep, appropriate. About 37% say nope. and another 25, 26% that are still kind of processing that. And it looks fairly similar on the staff side as well. A slight percentage increase of staff members feeling it would be appropriate for students. And then the last two charts I pulled here, they're different, but this one just takes a look at the transportation piece. Still about 49, almost 50% of parents, feeling like they would still use bus transportation, and about, 18, 19% not feeling comfortable utilizing that. And of course, we're still waiting on guidance as far as how many students we can have on a bus as well. And then this is an interesting snapshot just from the teaching perspective, based on, some of the options at this point in time. What is their preference? How are they feeling as far as the teaching structure for them personally? And so a large percentage of our teachers, feeling like they're ready to get back in the building. 21% feeling like they would prefer to be a distance learning teacher. They're not quite comfortable. And then we have this chunk here, 11%, that would prefer distance learning due to being immunocompromised themselves or having a family member that might be at risk in that way. I will say that I'm going to stop sharing my screen. We've had of the 3,600 family responses, we had about 1,700 comments added at the end. I've made it through about 700 of them. I haven't gotten through all of them. I'm going to show you, this is my little notebook where I'm kind of keeping track of what are the comments that are coming through and what's the frequency of them. I haven't gotten them into a good chart yet, but definitely, this is, the comments show just how tough it is on our families. We know there are science perspectives to this, there are political perspectives to this, there, are the fear of the unknown perspectives coming to this, certainly a lot of special situations. I would say a few of the comments that really stood out with, being present in the comments most frequently were concerns about social distancing and masks, and kind of both sides, right? Parents feeling like it's got to be a necessity. We've got to require the masks, and then other parents, feeling that it would be really hard for primarily our smaller learners, but our younger learners to wear the masks, but just concerns around that. And then the other couple that really stood out were just needing improved instructional practice. If we were to do distance learning, there were definitely several families that said distance learning just didn't work well for us. And, just needing to have that quality of education at the forefront for sure with the planning. And then as anticipated, concern around schedules and childcare, and really needing siblings to be on similar schedules if we were to be in a hybrid model. I also, saw comments about if we had a hybrid model and parents needed to utilize daycare, that would potentially be an environment where kids were picking up germs and it wasn't healthy. And concerns about making sure our high school students, we could minimize the lost academic and extracurricular experiences that they might have. Definitely mention of mental health, and certainly considerations for our special education students. So all things that we are taking into consideration. As Steve said, we do have a pretty large task force. We're really grateful for all the teachers that were willing to, give up time and come and work to figure out how to make these plans work. So we will be doing some of that work next week, and then just kind of processing from there after we get additional guidance, how to narrow down the plan and have more community outreach and communication.
Thank you so much, Jill. I think your hard work and dedication to create this survey and get the kind of feedback that we got is going to be really helpful to the task force and that work. And I just appreciate, to have 3,500 people respond and the survey isn't even closed yet. Thank you to everyone who responded. It's really going to help us. And thank you for the 470 plus teachers who responded to the survey. We all want to get back in school as much as possible. We think it's what kids need. You know, we've always had this debate around blended learning and could you do more online learning? But I think one of the things we've learned, we can do a lot online and it can be successful, but face-to-face is really important, and it outdistances distance learning, I think. And, you know, I'm so appreciative of what our teachers did this spring to provide distance learning and learn things on their own so that they could get in front of students and be engaged with them. But I think one of the things we need to be mindful of is they had 3/4 of the school year to get acclimated, to know one another, to build social and emotional relationships. And that piece is really, really important. And so we're going to try to create a schedule that involves as much face-to-face time as we can possibly do, given whatever the guidelines, the guidance, and the mandates say. And we've learned from working with our local health department that it could be different in each county. Franklin County is now the epicenter of COVID cases in Ohio. It is the highest. We have over 7,000 here. And so counties where there's 30 or so cases, they may be able to return in full force to school. You know, we've gotten some guidance from the Franklin County Health Department that that's probably not going to be something we'll be able to do. But we're still waiting. We're going to see what the governor and ODH come up with. And we're going to be ready to kind of look at our plan that our 70 teachers and Jill and her team, and we're all going to be working on to create the best plan we can. So thanks so much for your hard work, Jill. It's a lot of
Steve,
hard
I have a
work
question.
ahead. Yes. Yes. Nick.
Will the decision of the task force be presented to the board in July?
So one of the things we plan to do is do come up with 2 options and do another survey with parents and vet that out a little bit. But we'll certainly keep the board abreast of, you know, where those options are, and so that you know exactly where we land. Jill, did you want to say something about that?
Oh, no, I think you nailed it. I was going to mention the additional survey we discussed, and you know, certainly working through staffing considerations and you know, connecting with our union leadership just to make sure we have everything ironed out. It's you know, a multi-layered process for sure.
Right.
Could I get you to? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brian, and then I'll ask mine.
I just had a question. Is there going to be like a parallel approach also as to, you know, looking at China and places like that are going through a possible another shutdown? So, I mean, as far as if we get into, say, one of these options that were given to the parents, and then within a month or some time frame, we're forced to shut down again, is there going to be any kind of parallel approach or some kind of fallback that we'll be prepared for that? Because we actually did pretty well this year, given that, you know, it was short notice. So I'm just wondering if we're going to have something in place as far as if that were to occur.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is part of the work the task force will also be doing, Brian, is making sure that we can respond nimbly if, you know, we are forced into that situation again. So we'll be revisiting our distance learning plan from the spring, making updates based on feedback, and, you know, changing some components that helped us to finish out the year, but maybe aren't best to kind of start the year and do a whole year. But yes, we will have that worked out.
Yeah, so if you've seen some of the reports, universities, so for instance, University of North Carolina is going to start school August 1st, so considerably sooner than they normally would, and they're going to end their semester at around Thanksgiving time. And I think that's going to be a really interesting process. I think, you know, epidemiologists are expecting a surge maybe in the winter when people go inside. And so we don't know if that's going to happen, but we need to be ready to pivot to distance learning if that's what we need to do to be safe. We're hoping that doesn't happen, but that's a good question, Brian. Thank you.
I just want to, I guess, clarified my understanding of the task force for anybody who's out there watching and wondering. I don't know if you have gotten a lot of comments, but I have heard from a lot of parents wondering why, or wondering if there could be parents on this task force. And my understanding of the task force is that it's really about putting in place the procedures and the protocol for each of these various plans, and that is something that really, number one, some of it has to be negotiated, and number two, it's really about how the teachers and staff can operationalize these various plans.
Mm-hmm.
And that the survey, this actually is the second survey that you've done, and there sounds like there will be a third survey, but the surveys are the way that the parents can provide their feedback. And I guess I know that there are fixed responses on that survey, but as Jill showed us her notebook, there's also the open-ended boxes for parents to provide that input. So I guess correct me if my understanding is wrong about the task force and why it doesn't really make sense to broaden, I guess, the participants in that task force. I guess I just want to address that question that I've heard a bunch of times.
I think you explained it beautifully. I'm not sure if Steve has anything to add, but you are absolutely right with all points you made.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the options are so limited and they're not ideal. And so really operationalizing them, what's the curriculum, instruction, and assessment going to look like? What's arrival and dismissal going to look like? What's lunchtime going to look like? Are we going to use lunch areas to expand to learning areas so that we can have social distancing? All of those factors, there's a lot of drilling down on those things that we're going to have to kind of look at. How many students can ride on a bus will be another factor. And so the third survey will be parents' chance to weigh in. I've got quite a few emails over the weekend and made quite a few phone calls to parents trying to answer their questions about next year. And we'll continue to do that. They can always reach out to us, and we want to hear from them. And, you know, in many of those phone calls, we asked, what do you see as the best option? And if there's anything that we haven't identified in our options, what are those? And we've had a few ideas, but one concern is, like, how are we going to keep kids engaged on a daily basis if we have to practice social distancing and we can only maybe be in school with half of our students? And we just don't have a lot of answers on that yet. And so we're hoping to get those soon. I think the governor said 2 days ago that in 10 days they would release the guidance on going back to school. And so we're looking forward to that, to getting that. And so we can, you know, develop our plan even further.
I just have a
I have
question. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Daphne.
Okay, thanks. As you're working through this, it's from the survey, there's definitely teachers and parents that would prefer their child not go to school. And then there's the camp of teachers that are ready to go back and students. Are we prepared to offer 2 tracks that families could choose the path that meets their needs and values and desires?
Yeah, we are going to look very closely at an all distance learning option for parents who feel the way you described, Daphne. And so we will definitely be looking at that. One of our challenges is how do we staff that? And you know, we have some ideas, but we don't know if they're going to work exactly, but we want to provide that option for folks if we can.
I have one additional question. Is the group, the task group, will they be also taking a look at the school calendar? Because obviously, if we end up going with an A/B week method, I mean, I haven't done the math, but what if A or B ends up having all the holidays?
Yeah, that's a great point, Matt. And We actually talked that out today, and Jill was counting days, and so she has an even number. I think the way you, because I think what you're getting at, Matt, maybe is we miss a lot of Mondays for holidays, right? And so if your day on the rotation is a Monday, you're going to miss a lot of instruction. So Jill had worked out a way to avoid that. Do you want to talk about that, Jill?
I mean, well, we're still kind of narrowing down what the specific options the task force will be planning for, but we were trying to just kind of map out what it might look like. And so, as we saw from the data, the 3-day, 2-day option was one of the top vote getters for sure. So that was the one we kind of we're looking at today, and just looking at the best combination of consistent days for students to be in face-to-face instruction, and then how to best work that rotation of the 3rd day. And I think, we've got some options on how to work it out. Still certainly would have some things to work through, but definitely we'll be mindful of that.
Thank you.
I just say, I want to, these are great questions. And I think just an opportunity to talk about this and talk about it in a way that allows parents to process the information. I don't know of very many other school districts that are doing surveys the way that you have. And I think while that opens, up some vulnerabilities to hearing from people who may be suggesting things that aren't possible, or it shows that, especially with some of the splits with masks and not masks, there's going to be half of the population that could be very, very unhappy and half of the population that could be very, very happy. And so I guess that's a difficult position for you all to be in and for the board to be in, and certainly a position that wasn't brought on ourselves, right? This is something that, happened to us and we're all sort of living through it. So I really appreciate the survey. I appreciate the fact that you're reaching back out again to get further input from families and from teachers. And this is going to require sacrifice and thinking out of the box for everybody. And it's a very, very difficult and stressful thing. And so just the way that you're communicating, the way that you're gathering input, it doesn't mean that we're going to make everybody happy, but I hope what people who are watching, and I hope the parents who have participated in some of these communications and the surveys know, is that we're trying to give information, whereas in other districts, there's not even any communication coming out, and really trying to describe to people this holistic process that we're going through in order to help make these determinations. And so it's really well done.
I got one more question. As far as when you're doing the surveys, is there anything as to where you're saying how committed or how you are towards your opinion or your view? Because I know, just previously we were discussing the levy and stuff, so I didn't know how parents would react if they felt strongly about a certain situation or how it should be done, and that could negatively impact what we're trying to do going forward as a district with phase 2. So I'm just saying, is there something where you would send out a survey saying I strongly agree, strongly disagree, or something of that nature, maybe get an idea as to wording it to where if they agree strongly or either way, for or against, that might help us gauge also as to how we approach it as far as what we deliver to those individuals or those parents.
Yeah, I think, parents have definitely been sharing their opinions. I think they've done it in a very respectful way, but there's a lot of passion behind, the feelings. And, I've gotten some heartbreaking emails from people, and so has Jill, that, this closure is breaking our family apart. We are really struggling, and it's a really hard thing, and so it's sort of nobody wants to go back full time more than our teachers, more than us. And if there's some miracle that we could do that, I think it'll have a positive impact on everyone. But I think we also have to be very mindful of safety. And we know that the bond issue and operating levy that that we would like to place on the ballot in November, the timing isn't good. And so I think, it's just sort of a perfect storm of a lot of difficult things, but I'm really proud of our team for pulling together. I mean, 70 teachers volunteering on a summer vacation to come and try to hash this out and work this out. Our teachers are great, and so that doesn't surprise me at all. I think it's wonderful, but we're all really concerned, and we want to solve this problem in the best way we can and preserve as much face-to-face time as we can, because we know kids need it, and they don't just need it for academics, they need it for mental health reasons as well. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, Brian, but people are sharing their feelings, and they've done it in very respectful but passionate ways, and they've been vulnerable. They've been honest, and we appreciate that.
And I was just going to add, Brian, we haven't created that third survey that we're intending to send out. So certainly we can kind of reflect on the way questions are asked, depending on, where we are in the process at that point. We might need to be at the point where parents are kind of making choices. And so we can look at how we word that. And Jennifer, I wanted to say, I really appreciate the way you explained the situation. As I mentioned before, there are a lot of factors that go into a decision like this in a less than ideal situation that we've been placed in. And we really are honestly trying to, determine what the best pathway is for the most number of students and families and staff, that we logistically can pull off. So.
Yeah. So thanks, everyone. Are there any other questions? Okay, I just have one more thing that I'd like to talk about in my report. So I just wanted to read something that we wrote and sent out in case parents maybe didn't hear it. This has been a really trying time for our country, and the senseless killing of George Floyd has really shown us how much work we have to do as a country and how much work we have to do as a school district. So here's what we wrote and sent out. Dear Gahanna Jefferson families, the recent senseless killing of George Floyd is a stark reminder that we live in a deeply broken and troubled world. A world where not everyone is valued equally. Like you, I watched the violence erupt in Columbus and other cities across our country, and I was deeply saddened by our community's grief. The pain and anguish are visceral and heartbreaking. I'm certain the events of the last few days are undoubtedly weighing heavily on our students. As many watch the news or tune into social media, they too wonder if they're in danger. This, on top of so many lost opportunities as a result of COVID-19, seems too much to bear. We understand the events of the past few weeks and days are not simply about one incident, but about a deep history of systematic racism, implicit bias, and social injustice in our society, our institutions, and our schools. That requires that in Gahanna Jefferson that we redouble our efforts to prioritize equity, inclusion, diversity initiatives in our classrooms and throughout our schools. This work has always been crucial, but in these times, it's never been more important to the health and well-being of our students, especially Black students and students of color. Like the rest of our nation, we have a lot of work to do. We are committed to driving out racism and creating a more just world, and we recognize that as educators of the next generation, we have a unique role and responsibility to teach others to lead that charge. And as always, we appreciate our community's patience and understanding as we work to become a more just organization where we tear down barriers and we look at our policies and we truly work on equity. And so we have done a number of things that we didn't put in this letter because we didn't want to make it sound like we had a workshop on implicit bias, or we had a workshop on microaggressions. We did do that, and they were wonderful. And they were given by Dr. Melissa Crum. And we had a book group on We Got This, which is a book about building equity and access in schools. And we have Jill and her team have led an equity team with 11 leaders in our district that will eventually branch out to include teachers. And we're really going to look at all of our systems, all of maybe the unconscious things, the things that we do without even realizing it that create bias. And so we're committed to that. And our commitment is really given what has happened around our country and the protests and all the different people walking together to call for change. We're a part of that, and we're very committed to this work. And I just want to let our community know that. One of the things that I wanted to share tonight is today, I talked to a 5th grader in one of our schools. She's Black, and she sent me a beautiful email about how we don't have enough Black teachers in her school, enough people that she can look up to and relate to. And she wanted to know what we're doing about it. So her principal and I, Mrs. Groves, gave her a call today, and we talked to her and we asked her ideas about what we might be able to do to create a more diverse staff. And she talked about having a career day and inviting pre-service teachers, she didn't use that word, in to talk to kids and show them what a great environment her school was. And so it was great to talk to her today. And that's the level I think we really need to kind of look at. What are our kids saying? What are they feeling? And how can we break down barriers that maybe have been around for a long time that we unconsciously haven't recognized, and maybe even the more overt things that we just haven't dealt with. And so as superintendent, we're committed to this work, and I know our curriculum team and our teachers are committed to this work. So I just wanted to say that tonight. And we've talked to a number of parents about what's happening around our cities, and it's been a very moving experience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. I actually have a couple comments that I want to make in response to what you said, but I'm going to wait until the end of the meeting. I don't know if you can see, but Ms. Chrysler actually accidentally got kicked out of the meeting. So she's not here right now. And I think she may also have some comments to make. So I appreciate the letter that you sent out and the follow-up letter that you sent to families. I am just going to hold the rest of my comments until the end of the meeting when we have additional items from board members. So I don't know if you had anything else from the superintendent report.
No, but thank you. I know it was a long report, so I appreciate everybody's patience. And so thanks.
Mr. Barrett, did you want me to share a little bit about the equity team?
Yes, yeah, that'd be great.
Just briefly, I'll just share, Steve mentioned that we have a group of administrators that started working on this work already. We had 5 administrators that went to an equity institute earlier in the year and participated with many other districts in the state of Ohio to get these conversations going. We've been talking about this for a couple years. And so we're really, we're ready to get some action plans going for sure. We met recently and started really looking at some data in our district and, on various areas, discipline data, educational access data, gifted identification, special education identification, staffing, really taking a look at where we, certainly have some disproportionate data that we need to address very, very intently. And so, our next steps certainly are going to be working on creating extensions of the team, including staff members, parents, students, taking a look at, action plans in a few, key areas that we can really be intentional about. Hiring practices for sure. Mr. Barrett started mentioning, and continuing to work with our professional development advisory committee on growing our staff understanding and knowledge. So we definitely are committed to making sure that our actions speak louder than our words and our intentions. And so I'm proud of the work we've done, but we have a lot of work to continue doing, and we certainly will be partnering with our whole school community on this work.
Actually, Ms. Chrysler is back on now. So rather than waiting till the end of the meeting, I guess I'm going to share my comments now because we are talking about the issue, and I know we have a lot of agenda still to get through, so I don't want to lose anybody. I actually wrote down what I wanted to say, which I don't normally do, but I did because I didn't trust myself to say the things that I wanted to say, stay on track, and not get emotional about it. So if you'll bear with me while it's not a lot, but there were just a few things that I wanted to say. And then if any other board members have any comments, we can do that now instead of at the end. So I agree that the last several months have been so difficult for so many of us for so many reasons that we have already talked about. But in my opinion, I do think that there are some hopeful things that are going to come out of this really difficult period of time. One of those hopeful things to me is that and it sounds like some of you have witnessed over the past couple weeks, a growing awareness that the American dream of equality of opportunity and the belief that all of us are unique and beautiful individuals who have unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and happiness, is not something that has been achieved for all of us. And the hopeful part of that to me is that that has been the case, that hasn't been achieved for all of us. The hopeful part to me is that there is a growing awareness of that. Sadly, the murder of George Floyd was not an incident that is unlike anything that has ever happened before. But I think that the timing of his death that was, I guess, preceded by a period that we had where a lot of us had a pause and a lot of anxiety. I think that period of pause and anxiety that preceded that murder really allowed it to penetrate for a lot of people in a way that really hasn't happened before. I know you said this, but schools really have a unique role to play in this issue because of the tremendous responsibility that schools have in helping children grow into adults. I personally am incredibly proud of the work that our district has done on issues of equity and implicit bias and mental health, and our curriculum work. And I was going to say but I'll say and all of us and all of our systems can always be better. All of us and all of our systems can be better. I'm not someone who feels like the board should be passing resolutions or make statements about every current event, but I do think that we should not waste this gift of people's awareness and engagement on this. And we should take the opportunity to craft a resolution that the board passes that reflects our values and states clearly the lens that we will use and continue to use in making decisions about our community. I sent an email to, I think, all of my board colleagues, and I think I included Superintendent Barrett and Assistant Superintendent Elliott on the email. There were several resolutions that I've gathered from other school districts. It's my request, and if there's not a majority of the board that wants to do this, but it is my request that two of us work together to craft something unique to our district that would be presented to the full board at our next regular meeting in July. And being the person, I guess, who's making this request, I'm more than happy to be one of those two people. But I do think, like I said, I don't want to waste this moment where people are paying attention and understanding what the issues are. I don't want to waste it. And I think it would be meaningful for us to restate what our values are and the lens that we use to make our decisions. So thanks.
Thank you.
I don't do.
Yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
I agree with that. And I open it up. I think that, first of all, thank you for those statements and thank you for your words. I think it's very hard to put into words all that has happened in the most recent months and most recent weeks. And one of the thoughts that I had when I was walking this morning and just contemplating, just tonight's meeting and things that are happening is the discussion on mental health and the discussion on how we prepare our students for who we want them to be when they grow up, right? And what are we doing for our families in order to help set the stage for that? And so one of the thoughts that I had was just how we teach our families, right? Because we are the educators, the foundational element of the community in Gahanna, and then subsequently the world, right? As these kids go out and they spread throughout the world what they've learned in this district. And so how do we teach our families to have conversations about implicit bias? I think, we've made conscious decisions. Many of us have chosen to send our kids to this district for lots of different reasons. I know our family, one of the primary reasons was because we wanted to, number one, support public education, and number two, we felt like of the suburban communities, the Gahanna-Jefferson School District was one of the most diverse school districts, and we wanted our kids to be in a place where people don't look like them and they don't act like them and they don't believe like them. And so, but can we really look and can we have conversations around the table and say that we don't have biases in our families? Can we say that we don't have, we're taking steps to eradicate systemic racism? I don't necessarily think that's the case. And I think one of the first things is kind of recognizing those biases. We had a conversation around our table recently, and I got called out from members of my family because, and actually a colleague of mine on the board sent an article that started me thinking that one of my implicit biases is, quite frankly, towards women and giving women opportunities for success. I can honestly tell you, and it sounds funny, but if Principal Williams or if Jill Elliott said, hey, you know what, in order to do my job successfully, I'm going to need you to show up every day and give me a piggyback ride from the parking lot to the building, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd say, what time do you need me there? And I'm going to do whatever I can do in order to help you as a strong, successful woman be successful. But if Brad Barboza or Steve Barrett asked the same thing, I'd be like, come on, dude, what's the matter? Why can't you walk? And so I think that, I mean, and that's, and I don't mean to be making light of the situation, but I think those are the types of things that we have in our hearts and in our souls. And so how do we teach our kids to recognize bias? Because I'm not sure if, as human beings and sinful in nature, if we're ever going to get to a point where we don't have bias, but how do we get to the point where we're having conversations with our kids about recognizing it, and then how we adjust our actions and our thoughts in order to deal with it? And how are we teaching, if we're not doing it to the kids in the district and the families, then I think we're failing. The other thought that I have on this is just that, there's statistically, you look at Gahanna and you just I pulled up some census data, and statistically we see where the areas of need are. And when we talk about bias and we talk about racism, it's also it's a socioeconomic issue. It's an issue of opportunity, and it's an issue of poverty. And you look at the PTAs that have volunteers and have money, and you look at the schools that have people that show up. And so I think, we have to start thinking about, as a community, some action items. And I think the schools, again, are the foundation of that. Some action items that we can encourage the people in this community to say, or even outside of this community, let's invest in public education. And Brian, to your point earlier, that means passing a levy to make this district, both operationally and from a facility standpoint, the best that it can be, so we can educate students. I mean, let's get real about what we're going to do in order to provide equal opportunity for people. I mean, let's talk about volunteering, not just in your own, and I'm a supporter of neighborhood schools, but let's talk about what we're going to do with respect to volunteering in all of our schools, and making sure that all of the PTAs have funding, and all of the kids that go to this school district have opportunities that are the same across the board, no matter what neighborhood you live in and what school you're assigned to. And so I think, to your point, Burl, there's hope, there's encouragement. And I think we as a district can ask our community to step up and do things in order to play our part and set foundational guidelines for how we can help change the world, right? Educate these kids to change the world, but in much bigger ways than just, you know, math and science.
I just had a question. Is anything being done as far as the city goes, as far as resolutions or anything? Because I think it's a great idea as far as what the school wants to do, but when you're talking about community, it's the city also. So I mean, if we're walking together in our focus and what we're trying to do and accomplish is together, then there's really no separation as to, well, the school district has done this, but we haven't heard anything from the city of Guyana. So, you know, we can do a resolution, but I think that if we can show the community that there's buy-in from all aspects of the, you know, government, whether it's the schools, the cities, the fire department, or whatever, you know, that will show a little bit more unity among the citizens, or for the citizens here in Guyana. So I just didn't know if we were doing just, you know,
Right.
or,
Yes, go ahead.
Brian, that's a great point, Burl and Jennifer. I agree with all of that you have said. Brian, we have, as the government liaison, have a meeting set for next Thursday with the council rep to the district and the mayor. So that this can definitely be an agenda item, because I agree with you, a united front is so much stronger.
Yeah, I was just going to add, I know that there had been, I think I don't even, a post on social media from one council member indicating a plan to introduce a resolution to council. That resolution was not introduced at Monday's city council meeting. So I honestly, I'm not sure what the status of that is, but I do think it would be great if it was something that we could step forward and do and say together. And I think that, Ms. Mooring, I think that the conversation that you have coming up is the perfect avenue to talk with the city about that. I guess I would just say that I think, I mean, a resolution is just that, right? It's words, it's not action. But I do think that it's really important that, I guess, regardless of how that conversation goes, I do think that it's important that we state clearly what it is that we think and what the district's role in this is. Because I think that it sets, like I said, it kind of sets the expectations with regard to the lens that at least we are looking through when we're making decisions. It's not action.
I was going to add, Brian, to your question that Mayor Jadwin had approached Mr. Barrett, Mrs. Williams, and myself, and mentioned a diversity coalition that she's working on putting together. And so we will be partnering with them, you know, on that piece as well.
Yeah, so we talked to Mayor Jadwin at the event they had at Creekside recently. And you know, we always seek to partner with our city. So I think that it's a good opportunity to do that. We also appreciate their support in many, many ways. So in the support of Jessica Williams and her team to pull off the ceremonial walks, and And so I think it's a good opportunity to do this as well. And we were gratified to hear Mayor Javelin tell us that. So we're willing to work with the city and partner on a coalition.
I can't see everybody, so I'll just ask, do any other board members have anything that they want to say? I think Mr. Campbell just came off mute.
I was just wondering, Burl, if this is when you're looking to decide on who's on the committee, or is that a separate occasion?
I mean, from my perspective, I would like to have us have something together by the July board meeting. So I think probably the sooner somebody is able to start working on the language, the better. So I guess ideally, if there's anybody that wants or has interest in working on the language, if you want to say now, that's fine. If you want to think about it and let me know, I would say probably by the end of this week. So sometime tomorrow, that would be good. I just don't want it. I think it might take a little while for us to make sure that we have something crafted that is really reflective of our beliefs and our values. So. Did that answer the question, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from any other board members before we move beyond letter A on page 3 of the agenda? Okay. I feel so bad, Mr. Verlingo. You always have to follow the long and very substantive conversation, but I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Verlingo, our treasurer, to give the treasurer's report now.
Well, knowing that this was going to be a long meeting, I will keep my comments brief. So we had a finance committee meeting on Tuesday evening. I went through results as Ms. Maring had indicated, also a few other items that were on that agenda. So just to recap quickly, cash balances in the general fund are approximately $19.8 million. And net of encumbrances, about 3.9 million higher than prior year. That balance will decrease by the end of the fiscal year in June, since revenues for June are practically non-existent. Most everything has been collected through the month of May. And then due to the reduction in our state funding, we will not be receiving any state funds effectively for the month. There were no surprises in May in terms of results. Expenditures are running a bit under plan. Revenues are a bit over plan. We do expect we will end up the year with a positive or increase in fund balance. But based on the forecast, that does turn negative in fiscal year 2021, partly due to reductions in state funding that were alluded to earlier. The 1.67 million reduction for this fiscal year that we're anticipating carrying over into fiscal year 21 and fiscal year 22 for a total cut in funding of about $5 million. So that certainly hurts our operating funds. Hopefully the state has seen an uptick in terms of its reduction in revenues in the month of May. So that, if the virus stays under control, we do not see a second wave, the economy is starting to recover somewhat. And, hopefully then those cuts will at least not be increased. There was a positive note that came out the other day where lottery revenues are up significantly, which offset some of the reductions from the casino video lottery terminals, so that bodes well for at least the state funding side of things. we still will see a large drop off in casino revenue allocations since the 4 major casinos remained closed for several months. But those are opening up also. In terms of appropriations and revenues, we'll be adjusting all of those activities and balances here for the end of the fiscal year. We're currently preparing to do that, and we have our closing meeting on June 29th at 7 a.m. So that we can prepare all final reports and submit to the county auditor. There's a couple of items you're being asked to approve this evening: fund-to-fund transfers, a debt payment out of the permanent improvement to the debt service fund for a PI levy. Also a transfer of $999,697 in conjunction with the 5-year forecast to start increasing our reserve balances that we're going to carry to eventually get us to the 60-day cash reserve that we have as per policy. Also, there's the reestablishment of the chess club and some disposals of vehicles that we are school buses, all of which were replaced with purchases in the last year. So that's all I had for the finance report this evening. If there's any questions or.
Anybody have any questions for Mr. Verlingo? Okay. I think that's probably because we thoroughly discussed a lot of this in Finance Committee, which I appreciate. We're going to move on then to the items for action under financial business, and there are 6. If there's not an objection to taking all 6 items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 6 under letter C?
Daphne, so moved.
Ms. Mooring, and is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hairston, any additional discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
You're on mute.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler.
Yes.
Okay, we're on page 4 right now, educational pupil programs and services. And there are 13 items for action. If there's not an objection to taking those items together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 13 under letter D?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Mooring, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell.
Yes.
We're on letter E, human resources, and there are 30 items for action. I know that we need to separate out item number 13. Are there any other items of the 30 that we need to separate out? Okay, if not, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 12 and items number 14 through 30 under letter E, human resources?
I'll move.
Ms. Mooring, is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Chrysler, any discussion about those items at all? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Okay. Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes. Okay, that leaves us one remaining item under letter E, which is item number 13. Is there a motion to approve item number 13 under letter E?
I'll move.
Ms. Mooring, and is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Hairston, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Okay, Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Abstain.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes. Okay, we
Oh,
are on.
sorry, I
Whoops.
left off one yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ms. Chrysler.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Burl, while we're still just wrapping up the human resources
Yes.
part, wanted to call attention to the resignation of our tech director, Jeff Collett. He's only been with us what I think is a few short years, but he's done some pretty amazing things with our tech department, has built a really strong team, positioned us well to be able to manage this distance learning that we were just pretty abruptly faced with, and we will miss him.
Yes. Thank you, Miss Elliott. I think I sometimes get so caught up in the procedural that I meant to say something when we got to that and I missed it. But I know Mr. Collette is out there helping us with this meeting as he helps us with all of our meetings. So I know that I, for one, am grateful. He came into the task of rebuilding an IT department that had been completely outsourced, and I'm grateful for the structure that he put in place. I'm grateful for the much faster response time from the IT staff to the rest of our staff in the district. I know we have a whole new system that we use for parents and teachers and staff. Grateful for that, and I guess this year. Well, I guess I'll back up and say grateful for the getting us through the switching over to a one-to-one initiative, which turned out to be incredibly fortuitous as it came time for us to actually rely on that entirely at the end of this year. So grateful for all of that. And I know we all wish Mr. Collette well as he moves on to another district. We are on letter F right now, and there are 23 items for action. If there's not an objection to taking those together, is there a motion to approve items number 1 through 23 under general business?
I'll move.
Is that Ms. Chrysler?
It is. You've done so well up until now, listening to our
It's
voices.
So I think I've explained to you guys before meetings, I use my phone as my camera, which means I can't see everybody. So I'm really relying on knowing your voices.
Yeah, I've been keeping a tally, and so you're doing really well.
Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Campbell. I know we want to have some discussion about some of these items. Who would like to begin? Nobody wants to begin. Can we talk a little bit about item number 22, the resolution of consent? And I guess I'll turn it over to Mr. Barrett and Mr. Verlingo just to kind of explain what this resolution is, and maybe what will be coming next that isn't in this resolution.
Yeah, so this resolution is to give consent to issue bonds for our school district in the amount of $205,665,000. And so what it does is it basically notifies the tax commissioner, the state superintendent of schools, just to make them aware of our special needs. Our next step will be on June 29th at 7 a.m., where we'll do a resolution of necessity that has a purpose clause and as well. And so the purpose here in section 1 is it's necessary for the purpose of constructing school facilities, including a new high school, renovating, repairing, improving, and constructing improvements and additions to existing school facilities, buildings, and infrastructure, including additional classroom and learning space capacity to accommodate student population growth, furnishing and equipping the same and improving the sites thereof, and acquiring land and interests. So the land, that just in case we decide to acquire land, but it's just sort of in there to cover that, but we have no plans to do that at this point. And so it's just the initial step of getting consent from the tax commissioner and notifying the state superintendent. And it'll be more detailed, the necessity will be more detailed in the resolution on the 29th, which is the resolution of necessity. Mike, did you want to say anything else about that?
I think you covered it.
Okay, any other comments about that from anyone? Okay, I guess I would ask if somebody could give just a little explanation about item number 3 or 23, the TIF resolution. I received a couple questions from people who saw the agenda and wondered what that was, so.
Yeah, the township has the authority to set up zones to basically provide for relief against the current taxes, to use money for infrastructure improvements, and it basically abates the tax revenue, and then the revenues are collected at, like I said, payments in lieu of taxes. The school district is kept whole in that the agreement we have with the township is that they will collect funds on our behalf and reimburse us, and or those payments would go directly to us from the county auditor. So the district does not lose any money for these TIF areas that are set up by the township.
Thank you, Mr. Verlingo. I appreciate that explanation, and especially the simple statements about the district not losing money. That was kind of along the lines of the questions that I got from a couple people. So I appreciate that explanation.
And I just want to add to that, I mean, and as a property owner that would be moving into that area, your taxes are not actually abated. You're still paying the same amount of property tax in a TIF district than you otherwise would be paying. It's just with the exception of the school portion, everything else is being diverted into an infrastructure fund at the township, and then they can use that money only for specified infrastructure projects that have an essential public purpose. So it can't go towards general operating. It can't go towards, you know, other things. It has to be specifically infrastructure that has a direct nexus to the project itself. So in this particular case, the taxes aren't being abated. They're just being redirected, with the exception of the school taxes, which are still being, you know, as Mr. Verlingo very well said, not impacted at all.
Thank you for that additional explanation. I think when people see those words, they really don't understand what it means, but especially from the perspective of a taxpayer in the school district, they just want to know that the money is still going to the school district. So I appreciate all of that explanation.
Right, and I guess maybe one more clarifying question. Mr. Verlingo, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is a TIF for the development that's a residential development on the corner, the south, oh my directions, the southwest corner of Morse Road and Reynoldsburg, New Albany Road. And it is an EPCON community development, which while the development itself is not specifically age restricted by deed, it is a developer that only builds age restricted units, and the design of the subdivision includes a clubhouse very similar to the Polo Club villas in Gahanna, and the Windward Trace is another one I think I might have gotten that name wrong, but there's EPCON has done similar types of developments without the deed restricted age restriction in place, and the population, they market to a population of 55 and over, and that's kind of their whole development repertoire, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions from anyone else about this item or any of the other items in this section of the agenda? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll, please?
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston. Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Maring.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We are going to, I guess, skip over executive session and come back to it. We're going to go ahead and do our board reports and discussions first. And it looks like, oh, it's me that's first with a legislative update. Bear with me, I do have a couple things to talk about, but I'll try to get through them pretty quickly because I know that we are also going into executive session tonight. So legislative update. So one thing that I did want to mention is that the Ohio School Boards Association has what they call a board member cabinet, which is essentially the same people who serve on the Federal Relations Network. And I think I've talked about that a couple times before. But I serve on that board member cabinet, and they, OSBA reached out to us this week to see if members of that board member cabinet would be available to meet with Senator Sherrod Brown on June 22nd in the morning. We had a planning meeting last night to talk through what that agenda would be. I think there's about, I don't know, maybe 15 board members from across the state that are on the board member cabinet. The purpose of that meeting is that Senator Brown would like to hear from those board members across the state what school districts' initial thoughts are with regard to reopening, but specifically what he would like to hear are obstacles that school districts think that they will be facing as they begin to roll out those plans. So any obstacles is really what he wants to hear. If those obstacles have to do with dollars, if those obstacles have to do with broadband, for example, or internet connectivity, but all of those obstacles is what he wants to hear. So each board member who's on the board member cabinet, I guess first we're going to get an update from him, and then he wants to hear from each of us. I think we were each given 5 minutes or less to talk, but I wanted to let all of you know, in case you have thoughts that you want to make sure that I share with Senator Brown. That meeting is Monday morning. I can't remember what time. I think it's 9 o'clock. But if you have anything that you want to make sure that I include in that feedback to him from our district, please let me know before that. The other, oh, did somebody have something?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know. I didn't mean to hit that button, but I was saying thanks.
Oh, okay. I'm going to try to get through. So there were a couple bills that were sent to the governor to sign, and that is a rare occurrence lately. So I'm going to talk as briefly as I can about those bills. So House Bill 164 is kind of the catch-all bill related to, I guess, phase 2 of legislation that was needed in response to the pandemic as it relates to school districts. This was a bill that has now passed out of the House and the Senate. It's in, I don't remember if Governor DeWine signed it yet today or not, but the bill was substantially revised in the committee by the Senate, and it now provides flexibility to school districts for the 2020-21 school year, as well as additional state funding to certain school districts. I I don't remember, but I don't think we're one of those districts. Among other things, the bill provides local flexibility in determining promotion to 4th grade for the 2020-21 school year. It grandfathers current preschool special education teachers who do not qualify under the new special education preschool administrative rule. It permits districts that don't currently operate in a blended learning model to adopt a remote learning plan by July 31st, 2020. I know that was a question that came up on social media over this week. So I'm going to repeat that. Districts have until July 31st, 2020 to adopt a remote learning plan that is different from the plan that is different from our traditional learning plan. It allows districts temporary authority for the 2020-21 school year to assign teachers to teach courses and grade levels for which they do not hold the subject area or grade band license, provided that certain conditions are met. It adds school psychologists to the list of providers eligible to serve special education students electronically for the 2020-21 school year. And it does a whole bunch of other things. Let me see if there's anything else I want to mention. Permits high school students to use final course grades in lieu of corresponding end of course exam if that exam was not administered in the 2019-20 school year. It makes some modifications to teacher and principal evaluations for 2019-20 and 2020-21. It exempts school districts from the requirement to implement reading and improvement monitoring plans for 2020-21. And I think that's all that I think that was enough. I'm going to leave it at that. It does some other things that basically it provides some additional flexibility through the 2020-21 school year. The second bill that was sent to the governor that was education related is House Bill 481. That is the bill that includes the distribution of the CARES Act funding to local subdivision and businesses. I'm going to mention a few other bills that are in both either the House or the Senate. These are not yet bills that have passed necessarily. Well, they haven't passed out of both chambers. House Bill 679 is a bill that was passed in the House by a vote of 90-3. That is a bill that establishes and modifies requirements regarding provisions of telehealth services of school psychologists, speech language pathologists, and occupational therapists. House Bill 436 passed out of the House, vote of 87-5. That requires professional development for screening and intervention of children with dyslexia and requires school districts to establish structured literacy certification procedures and requires districts to employ specified ratios of structured literacy certified teachers. House Bill 450 passed out of the House by a vote of 91-0. That is related to fiscal officers in school districts and related to what they must do when there's a transition. Senate Bill 10 passed out of the House by a vote of 88-0. That is a bill that increases the penalty for theft in office when the value of the stolen property is $150,000 or more. Just a couple more, you guys, sorry. Out of the Senate, Senate Bill 293 passed out of the Senate by a vote of 32-0. That is a bill that creates a procedure within the Court of Claims to hear complaints alleging a violation of the Open Meetings Act. And then I am not going to talk about all of the bills that are pending in committees right now because there are a number of them. So if you want to know, ask me and I'll let you know. And then the last thing that I'm going to say is that the State Board of Education met on June 8th and June 9th. One of the things that they discussed was a proposed equity resolution that would pull language from their newly adopted strategic plan for education. They also talked about additional training for State Board of Education members on implicit bias, and they discussed that perhaps there should be some model curriculum. There was nothing that they agreed on, but that was one of the things that they discussed at that meeting. I think that's enough out of me. So we're going to go over to Mr. Campbell. Do you have any update from Eastland Fairfield?
Yes, I do. The search for a replacement superintendent is underway. Dr. Bonnie Hopkins will be with us through the end of this calendar year, but she will her replacement will begin effective the 1st of January, beginning of January in 21. In addition to that, Eastland Fairfield did their senior recognition ceremony online via video. The website is efcts2020.com. It's about a 44-minute video. It's really well done. In addition to that, you can click on the Eastland or Fairfield campus links and go to the different programs, and each of the program instructors also did more senior and program specific final wishes and graduation focused celebration. So it was really well done. Yeah, and in addition to having a parade, they had a parade down, between two rows of teachers clapping and handing them their books. So it was really well done, and things go on. Also, the seniors have been able to all seniors have been able to complete their certifications, so they are all good to go. There aren't any more that have not had a chance to complete their certifications and graduate. So we are good to go there.
That's great. Actually, I wondered about that, given that a lot of the requirements for those certifications are hands-on kind of requirements. That's good to hear that they were all able to complete.
Yes. So that is all I have for tonight. If I can share that website address if you guys didn't get it, but it was really well done. They did a good job.
Thanks. Mr. Barrett, do you have any update from Gahanna Parks and Rec?
Yes. I thought I was on mute. Sorry. Yes, the senior center is still closed, and they have updated the maps of all the trails just recently. So that's a report Mr. Lofton gave me. So that's I think it at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ms. Mooring, anything as the local government liaison?
So as I shared earlier, we do have a meeting set up for June 25th with Mayor Jadwin and Mike Snetzer, who is the liaison to the school board from the council. And so we will be preparing an agenda. So if any board members or administrators have any items you would like to see us include on that, most welcome to share them with with Steve or Mike or myself. And then, do you want me to just go on into the Education Foundation?
Sure.
Okay, so we did have a meeting, virtual meeting at 7:30 on Tuesday morning, a couple days ago. And we have a couple items to report from that. Scholarships were awarded to 32 students for a total of $68,450 through the Education Foundation. Trish and Sharon did Zoom meetings with each award winner to present the scholarships. And JGEF now has 3 recurring scholarships: the Butts Scholarship, the Felice Family Scholarship, and the new Baker Evans Scholarship. Part of the foundation is 2 cycles of grants, and the grants of excellent materials have been queued up and are ready for purchase, but will occur in the new fiscal year in July. They want to make sure that someone will be in the building to receive them once the purchase orders are processed. And I think last year they came and showed us the little t-shirt that they give to the kindergartners coming in, along with a book. JGEF will be again providing a t-shirt and book to all incoming kindergartners this August. They are working with Tia and Dawson, I think Dawson Careers Company, on a college and career expo for October. And sadly, most of the GLHS reunion groups that were planned for this summer are postponing their plans. That is the report for tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Hairston, anything from Insurance Committee?
We met on the 17th. We're intending to look at the MOUs regarding the HDHP options on a plan change. We were informed that we were in negotiations, so that's been tabled. It was also said that the claims are actually running ahead. I guess it was attributed to like the COVID-19. There also will be, for the new hires, a virtual orientation, insurance orientation on, there'll be 2 of them on July 7th and the 30th. And we actually tabled discussion on the loan repayment and the potential shortfall. That meeting will be scheduled for July 21st at 9 o'clock. And that was it.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Hairston. Any additional comments or anything from board members?
I'm sorry, I know we're going long, but I do have one additional thing. We had at the end of the school year, we had a meeting to go over the scholarships that were awarded from the board fund. And I guess if I revisit that, the decision was so hard and we had so many amazing candidates. I mean, it was like, it was crazy how proud and how sad I was at the same time, because we didn't have enough money to give to everybody. And so one of the things that came to light though in that meeting is that our board scholarship fund is just running precariously low on funds. And so we will not be able to grant awards in the future if we don't start thinking about how we might need to put funds back in. And so I just encourage maybe for another discussion, or just encourage board members. We're coming up on, our June reconciliation of payment for being on the board. We've had a lot of extra meetings. We have our regular meetings in our committees, but, hey, any special meetings we've had, maybe we can throw that 125 into the pot. And if we didn't account for it anyways, because it was a special meeting, that might be a nice way to start to build that fund. So I guess I challenge any of you to donate your special meeting money that were not already regular school board meetings or committee meetings into that fund. And we can kind of see where it goes from there. But I think we have to start really considering how we're going to build that fund back up again.
Thank you, Ms. Chrysler. I always forget, and I know Ms. Mooring has raised this issue a couple times because I have forgotten in past years. I know that she also feels passionately about making sure that we're able to continue to fund those scholarships. I think she was about to come off mute and I jumped it. So if there's anything you want to say, Ms. Mooring.
I think the idea of calculating what our special meetings are from January to June and donating that amount is a really great idea.
Yeah, and I'll just, I guess, explain, because I didn't know that we had a scholarship until I had the pleasure of serving as board president. But that was the first year that I started my service on the board. So I kind of went to that initial scholarship meeting completely blind as far as what the fund was, what its purpose was, and how it was funded. So for any of my board colleagues who have no idea what we're talking about right now, there is a scholarship fund. It's called the Board and Superintendent Scholarship Fund. I do not know the history of that scholarship. I don't know when it was established, but I think it's wonderful. We do have so many amazing students, and we're not able to give a large scholarship, but we are able to give something to the students. I think it's a pretty meaningful thing. So I will take you up on that challenge, Ms. Chrysler, and I guess I would just echo that if any of us are able to contribute to that scholarship fund, that would be a good thing.
And Mr. Verlingo, maybe, I'm sorry to give you a responsibility, but maybe you could let us know from January until now what the number of special meetings were that we had. Because I don't know if I have the patience to go back and look at that. So it'd be non meetings and not board meetings. And let's see what that does, because I might need to up the calendar next month. So I'd like to understand.
Not a problem.
Thanks. Any other items from any other board members? Okay, hearing nobody coming off mute. I guess the next thing that we have on our agenda is a motion to go into executive session. Before I do that, I'm just going to explain to anybody who's hung in with us this long and is still watching. Once we are planning to go into executive session in a separate platform. We will be coming back to this platform, to the YouTube. You'll see us on YouTube live stream come back, but we will not be taking any board action after executive session. The only thing that we are coming back to do is to adjourn the meeting. So while you are more than welcome to hang out staring at the blank YouTube live stream, the only thing that we're coming back to do is adjourn. So is there a motion to go into executive session pursuant to revised code 121.22 G1 and G4? I'm not going to read through the language. It's on the agenda, but is that Ms. Chrysler?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Daphne will second.
Thank you, Ms. Mooring. Any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll?
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler,
Yes.
Mr. Hairston.
Yes.
Okay, so if we'll just give it a couple minutes for all of us to get into the other platform, but we are in executive session. It looks like at around 8:45.
Jeff Collette, I was trying to thank you, but I was on mute. So I just want to say thank you for all your hard work and running these meetings and your dedication. We really appreciate it. We're going to miss you. Thanks.
I appreciate it. Thanks.
Daphne, can you hear me?
She's on the Zoom now, signing out.
Okay,
There she went.
perfect. Okay.
Jill, yours said Cami again. I was confused for a second.
I know. And she had used my computer for a Zoom soccer training once and hasn't used it in weeks. And I rename every time, but I don't know what it's set on that.
I rename you too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did we all get here that quickly? Wow. Oh, I think we're waiting for Daphne, right?
Yes.
There she is.
Yes.
Okay. It is, I think it's still connecting, but where is she? Okay. Well, it's 10:12 and we are out of executive session. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move.
Mr. Campbell, is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Mooring, any discussion? Okay, Mr. Verlingo, can you call the roll one last time?
Mr. Hairston,
Yes.
Ms. Mooring,
Yes.
Ms. Pickle Antonio,
Yes.
Mr. Campbell,
Yes.
Ms. Chrysler.
Yes.
It is 10:13 and we're adjourned.
Thanks, everybody.
Good night,
Good
everybody.
night, everyone.
Night.
Night.
You.
Night.
Good night.